evening, everybody, and welcome to the Balie at the 14th yearly European Literature Night. My name is Juan Gomez Basa. I am a program editor here, and I will be moderating this evening together with
Viola Carsten. I'm from Munich, Netherlands, but also from the Goethe Institute here in Amsterdam.
Yes, and tonight we will be talking about the writer as traveler. And in this case, this theme was a self-fulfilling prophecy because we've asked 10 writers from all over Europe to travel to Amsterdam. We're very happy that they're here. Like I said, 10 writers means 10 different perspectives on writing and also on traveling. And tonight we will be exploring this theme from different angles, in different forms. There will be poetry, there will be novels, there will be hopefully discussion. But there are two limitations to an evening like this, but at the same time, it's also the strength of an evening like this. 10 writers means that we could organize 10 evenings for each one of them, and it means that we won't be doing them justice in any sense. It also means, as they are European writers, that they are precise about the words they choose and exact in how they want it to be written down. And yet here we are speaking English. None of us are native speakers. I'm Dutch, Viola is German, and we have a whole variety of writers from all over Europe. So I would definitely recommend to read their books, either in the original language or in translations. Almost all of the books are translations, either in English or in Dutch. And we'll just make it through this evening. It should be a fun evening as well. It will be a long evening. We hope to be done at around 10:30, but there will be 2 breaks. No, don't worry. You also have a voucher so you can get a drink in one of the breaks. I'm going through all my administration right now. Yes, tonight is organized with UNIC, which is the European Union National Institutes of Culture, and they are the collaborative form supported by the European Union with all the cultural institutes of the different countries that participate tonight. So we are very grateful for them for getting all these wonderful writers left and right here. Yeah. Is there something you want to add?
No, but before we start, we like to get to know our audience a little bit. So we already heard that we have a very international writers here with us tonight. We have people from Czech Republic, from Malta, from Ukraine, from Belgium. So who is here with us tonight? Is this also our international panelists that are also reflected in our audience? I assume there are some Dutch people with us since we're in the Netherlands. Some people from Belgium, maybe some sign of hands. Some people from Czech Republic. Yes, hi. From Malta. Oh, wonderful! Yeah,
a lot.
Also, people with multinational backgrounds. Yes, and people who feel European. Does that sound? Whoa!
So I could have started with "Hello Europe."
Yes. Love that we are all very Europe enthusiasts. Yes.
Okay, well, let's start. Viola, would you like to introduce our first writer?
Yes, so our first writer is Yosef Panek. He is a Czech writer and a scientist specialized in computational molecular genetics. He pursued his studies in Prague, but also lived and worked in Norway and Australia. He is currently living in Czechia, and he wrote the novel Love in the Time of Global Climate Change, which was published in 2017. For which he was awarded the Czech Literary Awards Magnesia Litera in 2018. The novel has been translated to many languages, including Dutch, French, German, Polish, Italian, Croatian, Serbian, and Romanian. And Josef is here at the invitation of the Czech Center in Rotterdam. Welcome to the stage.
That's my speech. Okay. So, because the topic of this night is writers as travelers, I wanted to speak about what an inspiration for writers can be traveling. So, thank you for the introduction. First, I think, I should have give some background on my on my travel experiences. I have to say that I don't like traveling. At least I hate it. Because first, for many reasons, may I have the microphone? Yes. I have to move a little bit. Because first, as you can see, I'm too tall for traveling, and all these spaces on airplanes and buses, everywhere, are getting smaller and smaller. The second, I'm getting hysteric. I never know, what things, I should take with me, and it's a torture for me to pack my bag, And also, I don't like the mass tourism, people everywhere, you know how it is, But anyway, I have this traveling, I have another experience, and that's like a life, in foreign countries, In 90s, I had to left my home, Czech Republic, with my PhD, because, in those times, I couldn't be able, to make or earn money for living in Czech Republic doing science. So I went postdocing, which means you always get a postdoctoral fellowship, and I used to live 2 years in Bergen in Norway, and then I moved to Australia, to Brisbane. And so sorry for my language, for my English, maybe I have to speak slowly. So, and so the most obvious question, no. Yes. And, but anyway, even if I used to live in these countries, I just traveled, to get there, and then I settled down, and started a daily routine to going to work and from work to home, and I was happy that I hadn't, travel anymore, But then I realized when I was making ready this talk, I realized that, I remembered, that I started, all my novels when I was traveling, because I have to travel, to conferences because of, not as a tourist, but because of my job as a research scientist. And then, I was surprised because I've never noticed that in my life. Even that first novel was started when I was in Bangalore, attending a conference in Bangalore. And instead of attending the conference, I should not say that, but I did not go to a conference center, but it's a long time ago, so I can't say it. And instead of that, I sat down, at the desk, opened my laptop to start writing, And then I asked, okay, so what can be the inspiration, What was that, What was the energy, the power, What was the need, that appeared in myself, inside me, that forced me to sit down and start writing. I've never done it before, And in 10 days, I wrote a first draft, of my novel, which was finished in another 10 months, So it was quite weird, quite mysterious, I couldn't define the need, I couldn't uname it. I really didn't know what was that, So I started asking myself, what is the inspiration? what can be inspiring, on traveling. Of course, obviously, with high probability, you can experience something new. But with this mass tourism today, everything is on the net, in these blogs, and Facebook profiles, Instagrams, I think, there is already, nothing new that you could experience when you travel as a tourist. You're staying in the safe hotels, going to safe places that are very popular, when many people go, So if you travel anywhere, on this earth, and you need some information, you can easily find them on the internet because a lot of people were there before you. So what an inspiration. I got a good example, from my life, because in 1992, we traveled with my friends, with two of my friends, to Iceland. And in those times, it was like 3 years after this communist regime in my country was broken. It was that famous Velvet Revolution. So we were happy. We could, from all at once, we could travel everywhere. But we were poor, we had no money. And also, we weren't like experienced travelers. And we went to Iceland, So we had no money. We couldn't stay in any hotels or hostels. We hadn't appropriate equipment. We have a summer tent, We couldn't almost and it was hard to survive then on Iceland. When it started raining and the wind, endless wind, endless raining, we really were suffering. And without the help of local people, we couldn't survive probably. I don't know. But anyway, I forgot to say that we decided, we wanted, and we made it, finally, to make it, by hitchhiking around the Iceland. I believe that we are first people in the world that did it. But as I said, without local people, without their help, they were very nice to us. They gave us food and let us stay overnight in their homes and so on. And there was in those times, there was no road around Iceland. There was just a gravel road, dusty road, okay, wide enough for a car or even for a bus, but that was all. That was everything. There were no hotels, just hostels, and so on. So that was really adventure. And I use it. That was a big experience. That was a big inspiration. Where great story, to write about, and I use it in that book, that you could see before. And in contrast, in 2010, I went with 10 of my friends to sail to Caribbean. We sailed from Martinique to Grenada and back. We spent 1 month with each other, 10 people on our catamaran, which was a quite big one, relatively big. But anyway, really, it's a small place, very limited, always swinging, and the matter was not the ocean, not the islands, the local people. We always anchored at the islands and went to the local bars, and we were drinking with the local people. It was very nice. But the biggest thing was to survive with other 10 people on the boat. And but when we were anyway, it's nice friends, and very good friends. So it was good, When we went back, when we came back, I started to write about it, but I could not. I started several times, but I always ended asking myself, what am I writing about? It's nothing new, nothing original. Yes, it was nice, it was great, it was great, the Caribbean, the islands, the people, and so. But anyway, it was kind of ordinary, Everyone can do it, There was no originality. There was no original. There was nothing to write about. I'm sorry, I have to drink a bit. Yeah, my English will get better now. So this is the tourist traveling. Okay, you can be a backpacker, to put your bag on your back and go somewhere and experience something new. But I think the probability is getting smaller and smaller, because there is a lot of tourists. So then I realized that maybe, the thing that I'm looking for, the energy, the need that really made me to write in Bangalore in 2000, I believe it was 2010. It's not like the topic you write about, the idea or a story, on which you can build a novel or a short story or a series of short stories, but it is something else. It occurred to me that the inspiration can have two components, two parts. It can be twofold. And the first one is like the topic, that is like interesting enough or significant enough, or like a new and original enough, like to write about. And the other thing, the need to write, the energy, all the people, are doing something that is meaningful, but you are sitting down on your ass and writing, which doesn't need to be necessarily meaningful. It can be completely meaningless. And what is the power? That you need time, you need some means, to do it, and you do it. So what was that? I don't know. And then I also realized that this is not the end, that you write something, that you write some text that is like that is possibly will be a novel one time, sometime, but you also are making effort to get it published. That's it. I believe, a lot of people have their stories, and they are not only inspired by traveling, but it can be inspired by whatever, vital, like a life, like events where incurable diseases, there is many cases in these times, or it also can be something nice, beautiful, and and they have stories to write about that they do not write, And also, I think a lot of people write, they have their blogs and Facebook profiles, and if you read these Facebook profiles, they are short stories already, Maybe they are not that good, to be published, and that's it, That's it, because you try to get a writer to get your text published, which is just, you go beyond the writing itself, Because I think it's quite effort, to get published these times, so everybody writes. So I think it's not easy, and you do it. And the question is why you do it, why do you want to get a writer, Maybe you can get famous or rich or celebrity, or you have just a need to tell something to the others, or you're just mad or lonely, and you can get a social contacts, through your writing, through your books or novels, or you just lonely, have a lot of time. You can be unemployed, so you start writing, like Bukowski, for example. And and also, I wanted to know what it is, so I went to biographies of famous writers that already have passed, because there are their biographies, and I found horrible things, For example, I think it's very known that Dostoevsky, he was epileptic. Jack London was alcoholic, and Jack Kerouac, he was bipolar, and many writers were bipolar, and they have personal disorders like Virginia Woolf or Kafka, and so on. I believe for the contemporary writers, it will be the same, but they have their biographies yet, so it's not generally publicly known. So I think, that you have something the need, to write and to get published, which is like perceived with our society. Nowadays, society is something like positive, something extra, something for more, something special that you also, because in this universe, everything is in balance, It's quantum mechanics, the physics, You need to have something for less, You have to miss something. And the question is, who wants it? Isn't it better like to live a normal life, to have a family, a lot of friends, to go to like holidays as a tourist, to safe places, to stay to safe hotel, sitting at the bar and drinking and so on. But I think these people, like these famous writers, they didn't do anything like that. Their lives were full of problems, diseases, murders, and so on. Addictions and alcoholism. So I think this is something that must be inside you. I'm quite sure that you can't acquire it. During your life, you can't learn it, but it must already be in you when you are born. And it's just waiting in you, sleeping, and it can be awakened. For example, with any impulse. For example, by traveling. And I believe, that it was what happened to me in Bangalore, from some reason, I sat down and started writing. But the trouble is that once it's awakened, I'm talking from my experience, it cannot be just like simply put back, into sleep, You have to live with it, for the rest of your life. You have to write. And if you are not successful, or if you got nothing to write about, or if you're writing, you hate your writing, you hate what you wrote, It's a torture, It's not easy thing, to live with, And you can have like social problems. You can be alone, all your friends are traveling, or I don't know, having families, or you are sitting in your room and write. So that's it. And also, you can waste completely your life. I'm very pessimistic. Because when you write something that nobody will read, nobody will publish. So you can be happy because you're writing and you enjoy your writing. But, from the point of your friends, of the society, you are completely unsuccessful. You are a loser. And that's it. And nobody helps you. So... yeah, the positive things are coming. Okay. Yes, and then, because this negativity, that was what made me to sit down in Bangalore and to start writing. If you were, in Bangalore, you know what I'm talking about. And when it was the impulse, was that there was the destruction everywhere, Bangalore is something terrible, the environment is completely broken and damaged, There is a smog in the sky, smoke everywhere, noise, and the traffic is messy. It's something unbelievable, noisy, There are flocks of dogs, hunting in the street, even after you. You are not safe, before these dogs, And the fires are burning, everywhere on the streets, It's something horrible. And then I had a vision that this is the future of our world, because as everybody knows, this world is inevitably collapsing, It cannot be stopped, We missed as a human race, the point that it could be stopped, but it could not be now, And it's unstoppable. You can see this, these climate change, Everything, the floods, now there's a cyclone somewhere going to Berlin, Everything is changing, And it's changing to be really negative. It's not positive. And that was what made me to sit down and write it, because the novel, it's not positive. It's completely negative. And I think, these times, it's necessary to be negative, because this is the only way how say something, how people will listen to you. And so this is it. This is where I'm coming to, the need, or the power, the energy, to write. I think it's dreaming, many people, maybe in all of us, And the traveling can be the thing, the events, that you can experience something that made you writing, And it's when you are writing to die, when you are not going to these tourist places, And you can see the collapsing world, And what else can you do in these times, than to write about it, because the fiction, I believe the fiction is the best way how to do it, how to document it, because documentary or books or films are not like a short living, they are aging quite fast and quite quick, but while like fiction, yeah, I'm going to the end, The fiction is timeless. We can read Dostoevsky today, and there is still about their society in those times, but also there is something contemporary, where it's something, general about people. Oh, now I'm writing White Noise from De Lillo, it's perfect, 40 years old, but it still is speaking to me as it was now. And that's it. I believe that's the inspiration. The writer's inspiration can be the traveling. Traveling can wake up the thing in us, and we can become writers.
Thank you so much.
All of us.
Thank you so much, Joseph. Yes. So we are here with 10 writers tonight, but maybe we should go in a boat next year, I was thinking. I would like to ask Ea, Juan, and Miguel to come forward, and at the same time ask Viola to introduce them to you.
Now we have all the books on the table. I will start with Miguel. Miguel Bonnefoy is a French-Venezuelan author. He was born in 1986 to a Venezuelan mother who has been a cultural attaché to the Embassy of Venezuela in Paris, and a Chilean father. Miguel Bonnefoy writes in the language of his study, which is French. In his novel, Heritage, inspired by his family history, Miguel Bonnefoy tells the story of exile in Latin America at the crossroads of culture. Miguel Bonnefoy is here at the invitation of the Institut Français, Netherlands. Maybe a round of applause.
And thank you to the Institut Français that invited me. Merci beaucoup.
And Asis Saabi was born in the Netherlands, is from a Moroccan descent and lives in Belgium. From a very young age, Asis Saabi has been a prominent columnist, which she combined with her studies in the biomedical field. She writes about justice and injustice, life and death, art and culture. Far and near, war and peace. In her fiction debut, Verkruimeld Land, she told short stories, and in 2022, her novel Half Leven came out, a novel that spans 3 generations between Morocco and the Netherlands and Belgium. She's here at the invitation of the Vlaams Cultuurhuis De Brakke Grond. And last but not least, Juan Gomez Basa is a French writer. With his first book of stories... Spanish, sorry. Spanish. With his first book of stories, Los que duermen, which is translated to Those Who Sleep, he won the Tormenta Award for Best New Author. In 2014, he published El Cielo de Lima, a novel which has been translated to English, French, Italian, German, Portuguese, Dutch, and Greek. The monumental Lo Dermas Ehre, please excuse my Spanish, translated in Dutch as Het dorp van de herinneringen, won the Ciutat de Barcelona Prize for Literature and Vanity Fair Prize for Best Novel, consolidated him as one of the most relevant authors in Spanish literature, and is here on the invitation of Cervantes.
Thank you all three so much for being here. Just firstly, very briefly, anyone wanted to respond to Joseph's speech? Has anyone started writing when traveling in their life at some point?
I think traveling is important, especially when you have artistic residency. For me, one of my this book, for example, it began in an artistic residency in Mexico. I think traveling is a way to look different things and to understand things about your world. So for me, yes.
Great. So I am here with three incredibly ambitious writers, because you write books that span generations and sometimes centuries and sometimes continents and sometimes all of that above, all of the above. And so we were talking about how migration, like more long-term travel, how that influences your work, and in what way your own experience relates to that and how you turn that into literature. But first, I would really, Viola already introduced you, of course, but very briefly, I would like to ask you to just tell us a little bit about the book that you will be talking about tonight. Many of you have written many books, but we've asked you to pick one. Ea, could you very briefly talk about Halfleven, Half Alive?
Yeah, Halfleven is one of my two books, so it wasn't a hard choice for me. Half Alive tells the story of three Moroccan women, a grandmother, her daughter, and her granddaughter. And it tells the story about motherhood and how much of love there can be in motherhood, but also that motherhood sometimes can be a lonely and maybe even wrong choice.
Great. We'll talk a lot about those themes right now. Miguel.
It's very interesting. I'm looking forward to read you, Aya. My book, Héritage, talks about a French family that in the end of the 19th century, they were winemakers. And because it was a disease, was the phylloxera, that was a disease that created a crisis in the grapes and with all the wine viticulture, and they needed to take a boat and go from Le Havre in France to La Cordillera to replant the grapes that were the wine roots that were sick, and to give to that wine a sort of a rebirth, a sort of a second life, a new identity. And this French family kept their generations in Chile during the First World War, the Second World War, till the dictatorship of Pinochet, so more or less 1 century after the first migration of the first French. So 4 generations of French people in Chile, and they had to come back after the dictatorship. So it's more or less the story of my family. And I apologize for my English that doesn't have the charm of Maya and doesn't have the irresistible sensuality of Juan.
So how should we characterize his English? You're the writers here. Multiple generations, I already see themes coming here. Juan, your book, Not Even the Dead, what is it about?
Well, it's set in Mexico in the 16th century, at least in the beginning of the book. We have one Spanish conqueror who received the command to chase an Indian rebel. So he starts travel from the south of Mexico to the north, but he doesn't know that he's going to travel not only through space, but also through time. So we started in Mexico in 1545, and we finished in the border of United States and Mexico in front of Trump's wall in 2020. And in this trip, we can see the history of violence, capitalism, racism, and history of Mexico as well.
Yeah. So I've asked you to bring a fragment also from this book. So can you tell us a little bit about where this scene is?
Yeah, well, it's more or less in the beginning of the book. The main character has started his trip to chase this Indian, Juan the Indian, because it's a funny thing that they have the same name, and it's my name as well, Juan. There is a reason for that. It's not only because I don't know. There is a reason
not
in the book.
Not just vanity.
Yeah. And it's a reflection about travel. For this reason, I have chosen this part. All that remains is to move forward, to not look back, to not ask questions. North, always north. Ahead, always ahead, without changing or questioning the course, because there is nothing left behind him. Ahead, only the future can await. Juan rides toward that future. Thoughts and memories farther and farther behind in the solitude of his ride. Behind the ruined tavern, behind the encomienda he never received, behind, too, that dead woman he has chosen to never think of again. Ahead, only Juan the Indian. Because Juan the Indian also lost everything. He lost his father, and he lost his idols, and he lost his village, and he received nothing in exchange. But Juan does not resign himself to nothing. Someday Juan will return home, but which home is that? And it won't be with empty hands. To that end, to fill his hands, he needs to find him. To that end, to find meaning, he needs to capture that man who is condemned to be an Indian among Spaniards and a Spanish among Indians. He must capture him at any cost, kill him if necessary, even if he doesn't know why. The reason must be found. Invent it if required. A reason, any reason, no matter how unlikely or absurd. Because if that reason doesn't exist, if he's here in the middle of the plain when he could be beside the hearth in his home, then the whole journey lacks any meaning. His wife's death would become irreversible folly, and he too would have lost it all for nothing. Locate Juan the Indian, though he doesn't know if he'll be able to draw his sword, though he doesn't know what he will do or say when he finds him. Locate Juan the Indian and believe that, in doing so, he's saving the world, because only someone who saves the world has a just reason to lose his soul.
Thank you. You start with all that remains is to move forward, to not look back, to not ask questions, north, always north. And I was thinking, and I think this is a question for all of us, this moving forward, this traveling, a protagonist that is on the move. Mm-hmm. As a non-writer, I can imagine that already gives you a start of a story. Like, how do you use travel or movement in your stories? Mm-hmm. Because this book is very much about a story, mm-hmm. Right? A chastening.
Yeah, well, when I was writing this story, I tried to make the same travel to the main character, because, well, obviously I am not a Spanish conqueror from 16th century, but I think it's interesting to feel how can you feel the experience of traveling, not for pleasure, but for because you have to. And I made researches and interviews to migrants, because I am not a migrant as well. I'm from the same village, a very small village in the north coast of Spain, where my family is from these people for, I don't know, every time for 500 years.
You also wrote a book about that.
Yeah, this book is about that. And it was a very interesting experience for me, trying to figure out what can you feel when you have to do this travel, not because you want to.
Yeah, Miguel, so in your, you just said your book really is based on your family's experience. How this moving forward in a story, how do you look at that?
See, more or less the same thing as Juan when I was doing all the researches for the book. So I was, of course, trying to understand the heritage that I had, understand the family mythology, the family stories, asking questions, but also looking at archives. And I was discovering that we've been migrants for generations. From Ukraine because of my grandmother, from Russia, from France, of course, and always moving and moving and moving. And I was asking myself, is that kind of exile, if that leaves a sort of secret and silent wound in the sons of all the migrants. My mother was a diplomat, so then I had a mess of countries and moves and languages and cultures during all my childhood. And I discovered something in all that travelings that paradoxically, literature was for me the immobility. People say, of course, that reading is traveling, and it's true, reading is traveling. But for a boy that was traveling every year, literature was for me to stay in a certain point, because the first pages of Le Livre de ma Mère d'Albert Cohen doesn't change, doesn't move, either whether you are in Tokyo, in Copenhagen, or you are in Caracas. Le sonnet en X de Mallarmé doesn't move, no? Either whether you are in Buenos Aires, or if you are in Amsterdam, or in Roma. And there was the discovering of the immobility, to have the book in my hand and to be sure that this will remain exactly the same in 2,000 years or in 12,000 kilometers distance. It was exactly the same, I think. So that was this strange and delicate fight between the traveling of the life and the immobility of words.
Mm. So it's really like the mirror image of most people's situation.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely, I think.
Yeah. Miguel just says, migration leaves this wound, and I also want to look for the traces I look for the traces in my writing. Is that something that you recognize in your work?
Yeah, I wrote Half Alive about intergenerational trauma, and it's more or less not about migration or moving, because the migration in my book is a silent movement, because I tell you about my character when she is in Morocco, and then I tell you about my character when she is in the Netherlands, and it's not descripted in the book itself. But the trauma is not only from migration, but I think it adds to all the things that are there. I think trauma is also a loss of connection to yourself, to your own body, and migration and alienation and exile adds to that. So I understand totally what Miguel is saying.
Yeah. Would you like to read a fragment from your book?
Yes. That's the biggest luxury, not that I have a bed, but that I have a bed to myself. My uniform is hanging from the door. It's a black skirt with a black shirt and a white apron. My husband saw that I was a real woman. Le Leturier sees that I'm destined for something greater than marriage. I don't understand what it means, because I never look at myself. People look at the morning light, at the perfect number of sesame seeds on a plate of sweetened meat and prunes, pretty things. Le Leturier wants to take me back to my natal village. She wants to solve things for me. She doesn't know it's too late. They might as well invite the Sultan, but everything that happened, happened. I miss my natal village in the way that people miss someone who passed away, someone who will never come back, whose absence you don't really understand, because what does never again or forever mean? Maybe that's what they teach you in school, but I never went to school. School is no place for a woman. Everything you need to know, you learn in your mother's kitchen. That's even harder work, vital. You can't survive on a handful of letters and numbers.
Thank you, that was beautiful. You write, I miss my natal village in the way that people miss someone who passed away, someone who will never come back, whose absence you don't really understand, because what does never again or forever mean? I think it really captured like this sense of alienation that we already were talking about. How did you want to get this across in your novel?
I think my novel is more about the body and about how trauma disconnects you from your own body, and how also patriarchy and things like that also like they influence how you see your body and the relationship that you have with it. So I wanted to let my characters speak, and that was very hard for me because I like to control things. So, and in literature and in fiction, the story is of the readers when you publish it, so it's not only yours. But what I did was I told the story backwards. I began with a woman that is like working in the palace of a rich Moroccan woman that was a very important historical figure in the independence. In 1956. And then you learn the character in other ways, and you go back in time. And then you learn that it's still a girl. She is not a woman. She is only 14 years old when the story starts. And then you actually learn what happened to her when she was in that age. I forgot your question, but I hope that I answered
definitely.
it.
Yeah. No, and I think it's interesting you reference these historical facts, and I think all of you really play with historical facts in your work. You time traveled, you write backwards, and I think you are maybe the most extreme in the lapse of your time travel that you do. But you also interweave real historical events in your work. So, why do you think that's important to set it in a real world?
Well, I think history is very important, and comparing different times, because it's a way to have a distance, a perspective from our world. Sometimes people think if you write about the past, you are escaping from your present. But I really love the books that are watching the past as a mirror. We can look each other in this mirror. We can look ourselves. It's a way to understand as well what humanity is, because well, I think humanity is what remains in any culture, any time. So this kind of process of working is really important for me, looking for, real facts, but especially be able to imagine what could feel people in history, in the past. Because sometimes we forgot that the past is plenty of feelings. We always studying history as a collection of facts, of battles, of kings. But we don't think that there are people who suffer, who have a different way of experiment love, maybe, or experiment anger, I don't know. So for me, it's a way to look for in the past, but for understand each other, understand myself as well. It's a way to understand what I am. Yes.
Do you recognize something in that?
Yes, no, it's super interesting what Juan is saying, and also maybe this idea that, of course, that we are fascinated and passionate by the history truth, but the truth in history is not a guarantee of a good book or a good novel, and sometimes even is the contrary. Sometimes one novel that doesn't have the facts completely true or completely precise can be, because of his form of metaphor, of parable, of symbols, can be sometimes more exact of the reality. I think, for example, about the biographies of Stefan Zweig. When you see the biographies of Marie Antoinette, the biography of Balzac, the biography of Casanova, the one of Stendhal that made Stefan Zweig, sometimes he creates some scenes that never happened in the life of Balzac. But who cares? Because the scene is so well expressed. The nature, the psychological nature of Balzac is so well defined that then you have some historians that think that that was real. And they say, yes, I remember, I read it in another book. No, my friend, you didn't. But you see, sometimes fiction can be over reality because it gives a parable, it gives a symbol. And maybe if we were trying in our humble way to put a hand in the big history and another one in our little history of our generation, or our family, and try to put it together, it was to not have a loyalty, a fidelity in the great history, and to allow us some liberties in our family history too. And with those two infidelities, it gives an adultering perfect of the novel.
Yeah. And did you struggle with those infidelities, or is it a switch you can and you let it go and then you start writing?
I let them go, and I tried in the beginning of the book with a narrative trick. It was only the idea was rename my characters. So I'll be sure that I won't use my own name. There will be a new name, a new identity. That was the identity that the character, the guy of the customs, the guy of the immigration service gives to this French migrant that is arriving. And as this guy does not understand French, when he asks him what is his name and he gives another thing, he puts a sort of a Chilean name. And this narrative trick, this first misunderstanding, this misinterpretation, this primary confusion gave me the possibility to say, this is not my family, so I can be completely free to annex, to stilize, to modify, and to choose without shame what I'm going to write. So this infidelity was given to me by this first trick.
Yes. Is there something you recognize in that? Like, is there a way you get yourself the freedom to write?
Yes, I love writing because, like I said, I love to be in control. So I can't put everything in my books. and it's true because I wrote it, and it's my story. But the thing that I needed history was because I wanted the story to feel as real as possible, and also to I wanted to make characters that were like at the same time they were slachtoffers.
Victims?
They were victims of their time and their situations, but they were also survivors, and they took their own life in their own hands. And I didn't want people to think like she is making a hero out of her characters. I wanted to have real characters. So I based some characters on figures that lived in the past of Morocco.
Yeah. And you?
Well, I was thinking in what you were saying, for example, with the example of Stefan Zweig, and I think I have a very close opinion about that, because I am interested in the truth, but only in the truth, not in the sense of facts, but in the sense of metaphors. Sometimes literature can lie in a way in the sense of the facts, but we are saying something deeper about reality. For this reason, when I use autobiographical stuff, and sometimes I have did that, not in this book, but in others, I have to make a lot of changes in my own story, but that's a way to say more precisely what I felt, what I am, because not only the facts of my life define what I am. So yes, I feel a very strong connection with this idea.
Yeah, and so how do you, is that, maybe it's a bit of a cheesy word, but the emotional truth that you are after, is that something that you feel and then put in writing, or do you get there through the writing?
Well, in many ways, it's a feeling that I have to. Well, I am a very rational person, and to understand my feelings, I have to see these feelings in the paper. For me, well, sometimes interviewer asks you, well, what did you want to say in your book, or something like that, and it's a strange question for me because I didn't want to say anything when I start writing. I'm just trying to figure out what I think about one question and what I feel about this topic. And it's a very important thing for me, writing. Of course, I want to be read for the audience, but for me, the most important thing is that I can understand myself when I am writing. When I finish a book, I know what I think about this topic. Before writing, I didn't know and especially I can understand my own feelings. And I can change my feelings as well, I think. Because sometimes in the experience of writing, it's like a travel. You are going to a different landscape, you don't know anything about this space, you are discovering this space, and you are discovering yourself in this landscape. It's like see yourself in a different continent. And for this reason, for me, it's wonderful that literature can do that.
Yeah. Do you recognize that?
Oui, absolutely. Completely, you know, it's like traveling, as you say, but and we are maybe forgetting the reader. The reader also explain you your own book much more better than yourself. When you're writing your book, you have absolutely no idea what you're doing, no? Because you have two books, no? The books that you imagine and the books that you publish. And in general, they have absolutely no connection between them. Or you try to make a connection, no? And then when you publish the book, as Juan is saying, they ask you, Mira, what was the message, no, that you wanted to give? Remember that sentence of Hemingway that saying, if you want to say a message, you want to pass a message, just send a telegram. But when he's trying to not to copy reality, he's trying to express reality. And expressing the reality, you lose a little bit the message that you're trying, because you're just trying to make a sort of a painting. And when the book is there and you have the readers, you have the translators in different places in the world, people come and tell you, my friend, you wanted to say that and that and that, but you couldn't see it because your head was so much in the page that you did not see it. There is a writer, and maybe you know him. His name is Jean Giono. He's a French writer that lives in Manosque and is, of course, dead many years ago. And he had a beautiful metaphor of the writer and the reader. I will try to translate it in my horrible and my awful English, but with a lot of enthusiasm. And he said the writer is like a little boy that is trying to make a tower of stones. That tower of stones is the narrative structure, the narrative skeleton of his work. And he's very concentrated, trying to be sure that if he put another stone, means another page, another character, another idea, another metaphor, it won't break all the column, the tower that he's doing. But that little boy doesn't know that there is a light that gives to this tower a shadow. And the shadow is much more long, much more big, much more deep than the little tower. The reader sees the shadow. The writer doesn't see it. The writer is only trying to make his little kitchen. And he's hopefully with the idea and the hope that this will work.
Do you recognize anything in that? Have people come to you who have read your book and saw some meaning in it that or did you control everything and you knew everything that were there?
No, I want to say control is just an illusion. It doesn't exist. But yes, and also quite the opposite. Like people
don't get it. Or
yeah, I don't want to be rude, but it's especially with people that like are professional readers and that write for journals and things like that. But the other time I saw a very an experienced writer that was much older than me in the field, and she told me all those people are like tired of reading books. So that's maybe why. But sometimes I read something and I think like, that's not what I meant. That's not what my book is about. But also some readers that see things or make connections that I maybe made, but not on a conscious level. And that's very beautiful to see. And I also recognize what you said about, I forgot, but I recognize what you said.
Okay. That's great. We are already running behind schedule, so I already have to wrap up this wonderful panel, but I would like to ask Miguel to finish by reading the first page of his book as a tease for us all, so we can finish it later on.
Thank you very much. This is the incipit of the book, no? The beginning of the book, the first page of the book, the incipit. Lazare Lonsonnier was reading in the bath when news of the outbreak of the First World War reached Chile. In those days, he would often live through French newspaper at 12,000 kilometers distant as he soaked in water infused with lemon peel. Later, when he returned from the front with half a lung having lost 2 brothers to the trenches of the Marne, the scent of citrus would be forever associated in his mind with the stench of shells. According to family legend, his father had left France with 30 francs in one pocket and a vine stock in the other. Born in Lons-le-Saunier, in the foothills of the Jura, he had been the owner of a 6-hectare estate when the wine blight hit, withering his vines and driving him to ruin. In the space of a few months, all that remained of 4 generations of wine growing were dead roots in the apple orchards and the wild plants from which he made a dismal absinthe. He left this land of cereals, morels, and walnuts to board on an iron ship at Le Havre, bound for California. Since the Panama Canal was yet to open, he had to go the whole way around South America, traveling for 40 days on a ship, aboard with 200 men were crammed into cargo holds filled with caged birds, and the noisy fanfare was such that he didn't get a wink of sleep until the coast of Patagonia. Voilà.
Thank you so much. Miguel, Bonnefoy. Juan Gomez Basa and Asis Saabi. As we are already running behind, there will be a 10-minute break, so please be back here in 10 minutes, which is 8:25.
Bravo.
Thank you.
Bravo. Extraordinary.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good break. Before we are going to listen to another wonderful program point, which is a lecture on Italo Calvino, I would like to talk with you again. And I'm wondering, are there any favorite books about traveling here, maybe in the audience? See your hands.
Well, I think my favorite, travel or story about displacement would be The Grapes of Wrath by John Steinbeck.
And why is that?
It's a beautiful, beautiful migration story, I think. Yeah.
What is it about?
It's about the Great Depression, a family that has to leave, their homeland and migrates to California in search of a better life.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there another one? Oh, there's another hand.
Hello. Actually, I was just reading it. Like it was with me. This is a sure thing. This is a Turkish writer, Farhan Şensoy, and this book is called The Pilgrim Communist, and he talks about his travel to Cuba, and he tries to compare the idea of communism he has in mind and the situation in Cuba in the time that Fidel Castro was still alive. So it's quite interesting.
Very interesting. Thank you very much. Awesome. Do we have another example? Yes. The last row has a lot of ideas.
Yeah, hello. I would like to share maybe some Spanish speaker here that could have read something from Carmen de Burgos. And she was a Spanish journalist in the 20th century and one of the first travelers to travel across Europe. So she wrote a chronicle in kind of a women perspective of how was it to come from the southern European countries to the northern European countries right before the First World War stroke. And she was also a mother, and she took the child with her. So I think it's really inspiring because when I read that book, it's like if nothing has happened in between, and it's been a century ago.
Thank you. I was like a good book with a female perspective. Maybe one last travel book about traveling.
I really like Emine Sevgi Özdamar. She came to Germany as a Gastarbeiter, as a worker in the 60s, and then stayed. And she draws a lot of comparisons as well between divided Berlin and Istanbul, which is divided by the Bosporus. And she also writes in German, so in a language that's not her mother tongue, which is also really interesting.
Oh, very interesting. Okay, and now we are getting ready for the next program point, which Veronica is.
So let me introduce the next speaker to you. Dr. Elio Baldi is an assistant professor of Italian studies and literature at the University of Amsterdam, and he studied history and Italian literature and culture here in Amsterdam, and he got his PhD in England. And he is specialized in the work and the reception of the work of the great Italian author Italo Calvino, and he will be speaking about travel in his work. He is here, that is Elio Baldi, not Italo Calvino, at the invitation of the Istituto Italiano di Cultura in Amsterdam. A warm applause.
Thank you for the introduction. I will already say that my voice is not so great at the moment, so I hope I will convey my message nonetheless. And I'm a bit the odd one out here because I'm more a reader than a writer, perhaps. But I thank the organizers and the Istituto Italiano di Cultura for the invitation to speak here tonight and to delve into Italian literature from a Dutch-Italian perspective as my own. Because to say a little bit about my own background, as I'm a product of migration as well. I have a Dutch mother and an Italian father. I grew up in the Netherlands, but with a great and growing interest for the multifaceted country of Italy. And my interest in Italian culture has led me to study it with a loving curiosity, first as a student and then as a scholar and a translator. And while studying Italian history, literature and language, I also came a bit closer to my Italian ancestors who lived the ever tumultuous historical circumstances in 19th and 20th century Italy, in part by migrating, first internally and then, in the case of my father, externally to the Netherlands. When I first started reading Italian literature, first and perhaps foremost among Italian writers who bedazzled me was Italo Calvino. His name, Italo, already gives away his Italianness. His traveling parents, botanists who would later bring many exotic fruits and plants to Europe, decided to call their son Italo because he was actually born in Cuba. 2 years later, the family would move to Italy, to Sanremo on the Ligurian coast, which is now first and foremost known for its yearly musical festival, perhaps. There, Italo would grow up under fascism, but in a relatively cosmopolitan town where he soon learned to appreciate the value of other worlds and languages, in spite of those being the years of the narrow-minded and violently authoritarian fascist regime. After the war, Calvino would spend 10 years of his life in Paris, developed a fascination with New York, and wrote many stories and essays based on his travels to Japan, Mexico, Iran, the USSR, and the US. His wife was Argentinian, a translator, and in the Parisian household with their daughter, they were used to speaking 3 languages. And Calvino was an avid reader of English, French, and Spanish language literature. And that is perhaps why, to the in itself quite simple interview question, oh, it was already there, where were you born? Calvino answers, I was born in Sanremo, so much so that I was born in America. Calling himself a hermit in Paris, a stranger in Turin, a San Remis born in Cuba, Calvino never really felt the need to ascribe to one identity. In the midst of his Parisian years, Calvino wrote one of the most well-known and much-traveled book of his, Le città invisibili, Invisible Cities, a book I had the privilege last year to translate into Dutch with my wonderful colleague at the UvA, Linda Pennings. The book is, for those who don't know the book is about cities, about invisible cities. It's a description of cities and of how they are not only built up by material stuff, by buildings and stones, but also by meetings and movement and desires and fears. So the city is also the perspective we have on a city, and that is why there are also invisible cities. On a plot level, the book is a postmodern rendition of the Venetian Marco Polo's travels to the east and contains fictitious dialogues, philosophical dialogues between Marco and the emperor Kublai Khan. And Polo recounts to the emperor what the cities of his empire look like, since the empire is much too vast for the Khan to know, and the cities are thus invisible to the Khan. But the cities are also invisible because they have no essence. The existence of these cities depends very much on the eyes that behold the city, as I said before, on the discourses and dialogues of which it is made up, on lived pasts that are etched in its stone. Polo thus constructs a world around the Khan, while both are actually seated in the palace gardens, and he does so as a Venetian merchant in a multilingual empire. At first, he doesn't speak a language that is comprehensible to the Khan, and therefore he uses arms and legs, animal cries and objects to construct a series of polyvalent riddles that the Khan needs to decipher. This is an inherently ambiguous language, since every sign can bear different meanings. For example, when Marco Polo uses an hourglass, this could mean time passing, or time past, or sand, or a place where hourglasses are made. But this alternative language is also very evocative, and what is lost in translation is compensated by how it stirs the imagination. To give room for this imagination, the book is also full of silences and blank space for the reader or listener. Ironically, when Polo learns the language of the Khan and his descriptions get more and more detailed and precise, they seem to become less satisfying to the Khan. And as we well know from the modern tourism industry, we do not always travel to have our views of the world challenged, but also to confirm the flights of fantasy that we have made many times before even setting a foot in a specific place. The book is carefully constructed, not only via a structure of categories in which the cities are divided. To be precise, there are 11 categories such as thin cities, or cities and eyes, or continuous cities, which each contain 5 city descriptions divided over the volume in a mathematically precise manner. But there's also slightly more indirect ways in which the volume is structured. The book develops from more exotic cities to modern metropolises, and we are slowly but steadily drawn nearer to the cities described. As if from the traveler we become lifelong inhabitants, and we thereby start to see other sides of the cities. Whereas at the start of the book, it talks about a general l'uomo, an unspecified traveler. The closer we get to the modern metropolis, the closer the book circles around us, talking more and more about you and I, addressing us more directly. The invisible cities change with the change of perspective, and this is the case in the city of Fillide, for example. First, we have the perspective of the tourist. You arrive and you rejoice in observing all its details, and I quote, "At every point the city offers surprises to your view." You conclude, "Happy the man who has Fillide before his eyes each day, and who never ceases seeing the things it contains, with regret at having to leave the city when you can barely graze it with your glance." But it so happens, instead, you must stay in Fillide and spend the rest of your days here. Soon the city fades before your eyes. Like all of Fillide's inhabitants, you follow zigzag lines from one street to another. You distinguish the patches of sunlight from the patches of shade. A door here, a stairway there, a bench where you can put down your basket, a hole where your foot stumbles if you are not careful. All the rest of the city is invisible. Your footsteps follow not what is outside the eyes, but what is within, buried, erased. If of 2 arcades, one continues to seem more joyous, it is because 30 years ago a girl went by there. Because that arcade catches the light at a certain hour, like that other arcade, you cannot recall where. Millions of eyes look up at windows, bridges, capers, and they might be scanning a blank page. Many are the cities like Fillide which elude the gaze of all, except the man who catches them by surprise. These last lines betray why it could be worthwhile to cast a traveler's gaze on our own environment as well. But the opposite is also true. Traveling offers not only the unknown, but mostly a mirror for the known, as we have heard already. We see patterns, we study behaviors as so many anthropologists or sociologists. We might even recognize forgotten faces or features from the past in the lineages of those we have never known. As Calvino says, traveling or the elsewhere is a mirror in the negative. The traveler recognizes the little that is hers, discovering the much she has not had and will never have. If we are willing to recognize the many similarities, we will appreciate the differences in identity for what they are. In many respects, we are shaped by the circumstances we grow up in. Our destinies are neither so self-made nor so distinctive and unique as we tell ourselves. Serendipitous circumstances make a difference, even small ones, such as being called Italo because you were born in Cuba, though you end up growing up in Italy. But these circumstances then become a part of us in a way that is culturally, socially, and politically significant through complex, layered threads that hold us together and without which we can feel lost. Oh, there's a slide missing here. I will quote here. I was hoping it would come up here, but this is a quote. In Ercilia, to establish the relationships that sustain the city's life, the inhabitants stretch strings from the corners of the houses, white or black or gray or black and white, according to whether they mark a relationship of blood or trade, authority, agency. When the strings become so numerous that you can no longer pass among them, the inhabitants leave, the houses are dismantled, only the strings and their supports remain. From a mountainside, camping with their household goods, Ercilia's refugees look at the labyrinth of taut strings and poles that rise in the plain. That is the city of Ercilia still, and they are nothing. Marco Polo himself is inevitably tied to his Venetian background, and his Venetian view of the cities accompanies him. We see fragments of Venice creeping in his descriptions of the cities of the empire. For example, when he portrays a city in which the inhabitants have the privilege of taking different routes to their work every day through the labyrinth, via boat or afoot, following zigzag routes that never become routine. But while taking these routes, Polo never explicitly mentions his roots. Kahn starts to suspect that Polo's travels are more strongly shaped than he thought by his fantasies, desires, memories, and fears. In other words, the Kahn suspects that the architectural details and the life of the cities that Polo's descriptions evoke are not only based on what Polo has seen, but are also the product of Polo's own inner cities, the invisible cities he carries around with him, like we all do. In his more critical moods, the Kahn reproaches Polo for only including his past in a veiled manner, instead of either describing the present or instead openly and directly talking about his native city of Venice. Polo's answer to this is more delicate, precise, and I think ultimately moving than I would be able to render in paraphrases. Every time I describe a city, I'm saying something about Venice. When I ask about other cities, I want to hear about them, and about Venice when I ask about Venice. To distinguish the other cities' qualities, I must speak of a first city that remains implicit. For me, it is Venice. You should then begin each tale of your travels from the departure, describing Venice as it is, all of it, not admitting anything you remember of it. Memory's images, once they are fixed in words, are erased. Perhaps I'm afraid of losing Venice all at once if I speak of it. Or perhaps, speaking of other cities, I've already lost it, little by little. As I've briefly hinted at before, it is not always easy to actually see a place for what it is, to go beyond the narratives that we know about it and what we search for in the city. Many invisible cities are a testament of this. There is, for example, the city of Despina. Despina can be reached in two ways, by ship or by camel. The city displays one face to the traveler arriving over land and a different one to him who arrives by sea. When the camel driver sees at the horizon of the tableland the pinnacles of the skyscrapers come into view, the radar antennae, the white and red windsocks flapping, the chimneys belching smoke, he thinks of a ship. He knows it is a city, but he thinks of it as a vessel that will take him away from the desert, a windjammer about to cast off, with the breeze already swelling the sails, not yet unfurled. And he thinks of all the ports, the foreign merchandise the cranes unload on the docks, the taverns where crews of different flags break bottles over one another's heads, the lighted ground floor windows, each with a woman combing her hair. In the coastline's haze, the sailor discerns the form of a camel's withers, an embroidered saddle with glittering fringe between the two spotted humps, advancing and swaying. He knows it is a city, but he thinks of it as a camel from whose pack hang wineskins and bags of candied fruit, date wine, tobacco leaves, and already he sees himself at the head of a long caravan taking him away from the desert of the sea, toward oases of fresh water in the palm trees' jagged shade. Each city receives its form from the desert it opposes, and so the camel driver and the sailor see Despina, a border city between two deserts. So it matters if we come by boat or by car, if we have a good or a bad mood, whether a city offers a promise or a curse. But it also matters what we heard about the city, and in recent years, what we see on socials such as TikTok. The virtual city invades the material one, and more often than not, we travel to find these virtual realities. For example, in the city of Aglaura. Everything previously said of Aglaura imprisons your words and obliges you to repeat rather than say. Therefore, the inhabitants still believe they live in an Aglaura, which grows only with the name Aglaura, and they do not notice that Aglaura that grows on the ground. Or in the city of Tamara. Your gaze scans the streets as if they were written pages. The city says everything you must think, makes you repeat her discourse, and while you believe you are visiting Tamara, you are only recording the names with which she defines herself and all her parts. And I put these images here because this sometimes reminds me of many of the ways the virtual city invades the real concrete space of the city in our cities through the sloganization of cities and the parts of city we look for when we arrive in the city based on this merchandise of what we see online. I would like to end with a short reflection on why I think it is important to read books like Calvino's, but also other of the books we've heard about today, besides the obvious poetic and literary qualities the book has. I reckon that at a moment in time where, in part again via social media, personal identity becomes more and more important, there are two oft-recurring ways of approaching literature or movies and other artistic products, for that matter, that I think are reductive. Either often we mark the product as exotic, different, other, marveling at murderers, shivering in horror about serial killers or sexual abusers, or prying into the unlucky lives of the poor or the mad or the immigrant. Or we say that it is so recognizable that it speaks to us because the character is like us, talks like us, looks like us, has our preferences and our paths in life. Would it not be more interesting to see ourselves in what seems unlike us, to recognize how we are always already different, never one, but, to use the title of another well-known Italian writer, Luigi Pirandello, one, no one, and 100,000. Are we not empathetic beings precisely because we have that capacity? That is actually why I feel privileged to have had the occasion to present here among all these writers whose life and writing is the conscious product of more than one culture, of encounters, of delightful and sometimes difficult differences. Thank you for your...
waited for your signal.
Oh yeah.
Hi. Hi.
I will watch out for it.
Katja, you took your bag, right?
I did, yeah.
Of course.
Listen, I'm a
It's your
refugee.
city.
I'm a refugee. I hold on to my belongings.
I know. I know. This is why I kept it there, because you're the refugee, I'm not. Hello.
Yes, let me introduce to you the next speakers. Katarina Babkina is a greatly renowned and established Ukrainian author and playwright. She's the author of novels, short stories, children books, screenplays, you name it. She has been translated into 11 languages, and her plays have been staged in many different countries. A short movie based on one of her stories was screened at the Cannes Film Festival. And like she just mentioned, after Russia attacked Ukraine in 2020, she has become a refugee living in London. We also have Katja Riemann, an all-round artist from Germany, successful as an actress, making music, and has written 2 books. Besides that, she is a UNICEF ambassador for decades now and has dedicated herself to the social commitment and human rights organization. For her most recent book, Zeit der Zäune, Ort der Flucht, which translates as Time of Fences, she traveled to refugee camps in many different places, for instance, on Lesbos, but also on the border between Spain and Morocco. She has accompanied doctors, filmmakers, trauma therapists, and spoke to many, many people there who left their home in a country, who left their home country in search for a future. Enjoy.
Thank you, Veronica. Yes. Yes, this is actually a panel of 2 Katjas, because your panel is also...
And my short name, the short form of my name is also Katja, so...
And you're soon gonna read one of your poems for us, but before that we already heard some of the places that you visited over the 3 years time span that you traveled for your book. How many countries and places did you visit?
Oh, I haven't counted, to be honest.
Count.
But I've been in, of course, I've been in several countries within the EU, including Morocco. So to say, this is what you just mentioned. So, as you know, there are 2 Spanish enclaves on the African soil in Morocco named Melilla and Ceuta. So if you manage to climb those fences, you would not just be in Spain, you would be in the EU while being still on the African continent. I've been in Jordan and Lebanon and Greece, she already said, in Moldova, in India, and so France, England, many places.
So many places where people are living in the in-between, like on the being away from the home country, forced. Could you read your poem for us that we choose?
Yes,
together?
while we were speaking about what we're gonna speak about, what we're gonna do, we decided on me reading here poems that I have written already after the start of the full-scale invasion of Russia to Ukraine. So they will reveal pretty much how do I feel and how we all gonna feel. And you will see the English translation at the screen, while I gonna read to you in Ukrainian, so you will catch also the feeling of the language and the melody of it. It's a truly beautiful language. Не питай мене, як я. Спитай мене щось просте. Подивися, моє волосся тепер так швидко росте, ніби має окрему якусь конкретну мету. Коли все це скінчиться, я ним тебе оплету. Не кажи мені, як ти, щось легше, скажи мені. Адже кожен, навіть найменший камінь у цій війні обернувся на зброю, щоб боронити своє. Не кажи мені, як це, бо ж це все, що у тебе є. Коли дзвін б'є на сполох, ударна хвиля під дих, навіть мертві з землі цієї встають за своїх живих, і як вони виють тоскно голосами нічних сирен, не кажи мені, бо для такого навіть немає імен.
Бо для такого немає ні часу, ні місця, ані вимірів, ані сфер. Але все одно відбувається просто тут і тепер, серед затишних ринків, шкільних дворів, приміських забудов. І все, що після такого може зцілити, то хіба любов. Любов зможе стулити докупи розчахнуті ран краї, зможе живити собою потужні ріки та ручаї, зможе змити наругу, оплакати щедро кожну пролиту кров, але поки це все не скінчиться, не кажи мені про любов. Краще, допоки зблиски нічні змінює передранкова синь, взагалі нічого не кажи мені. Відпочинь.
Could we have the, oh yeah, thanks. Could you take us back to when you wrote that poem?
Oh yeah, pretty much. It was in March 2022, and I was in Poland, in a Polish city called Wrocław, where I moved a few days after this full-scale invasion began. As a lot of Ukrainians, I did not believe something like that can happen in the middle of Europe in 2022. And when they actually started bombing Kyiv, like civil houses, civil places, not the military targets, not just sleeping people, at 5 o'clock in the morning, it seemed to me so awful that I was more than sure it can't last. Literally, I thought it's gonna be over by noon, because the whole world would unite and stop Russia, because that was so huge and so impossible. And like there were so many organizations in countries that kind of guaranteed our safety back in the 90s when we gave away the atomic weapon. That, like, just like a lot of other people, I was sure this is gonna be really over by noon. Well, it lasts until now, and thousands, hundreds of people are dead, both like soldiers killed in action, and civil people, children, women, elderly people, killed by very regular bombing of civil cities, civil objects, schools, hospitals, houses. And I didn't know anything of that back then. It was March. I was staying in Wrocław, where I was supposed to go anyway, because some time ago I won a big literature prize for one of my books translated into Polish. So alongside the prize, I got the invitation for the residents to Wrocław, and I told, well, you know, guys, I have a baby, so if I'm showing up for 3 or 6 months for writing residence, I'm showing up with a little child. And they told me, okay, challenge accepted, we are child-friendly, which is very rare for artistic residences. Come. And I just came a couple of months earlier, and was also not only with a child, but with my mom. And I was very happy. It was a luxurious possibility, not only having a place to stay, prepared for me and for my needs already, and having a signed contract and a salary, but also having a powerful institution, very pro-Ukrainian, who would support me and help me. Still, it felt awful, because when the war starts in your country, it feels awful. And it's not something that is easy to digest. And so what can the writer do? How can the writer be useful during the war? I mean, apart from the writer is useless, weapon is useful during the war. First you can do is you can give people the vocabulary to speak to themselves, not to other people, but to speak to themselves in their mind about what is going on with them. Because the things they feel and they experience, they obviously feel and experience at the first time, and those things are so awful that they don't have words to speak of it. Like on the first days when I moved when I got to Poland, because it was not so easy, we spent like 4 days in the middle of the fields in the car with a little child in the middle of March, which is minus 12 degrees in Ukraine still, to just cross the border, you know, because there was like the humanitarian catastrophe there because of all the people mostly coming from the more severe damaged territories than Kiev. Kiev was mildly bombed, which already sounds a bit like what kind of, I'm normalizing it right now, right? That the civil city can be bombed. So I was addressed by a lot of journalists, by various medias from all over the world as a Ukrainian who is known for some books and able to speak languages. And at the beginning I found it very difficult to speak about what's going on. And I thought that that's because my English and my Polish is not good enough. And after a week or two, I realized that since I'm trying to describe and speak about, I won't have the vocabulary for them even in my native language. Because there is no vocabulary for these awful sins. They simply shouldn't exist. And so, I was sitting in the room which I was sharing with my baby daughter, because there was the small residence apartment, so there was small office for me to write, and then this living room. So the office was given to my mom to live, because she also escaped the war. And my baby daughter was sleeping in my bed, and there was also my desk brought from the office. I was waiting to participate the video podcast in United States, speaking of what Russia does in Ukraine about the military crimes. And I was thinking, I still had 2 hours to wait because of the difference in the time zones. And I was partly thinking of I should speak confident and not getting too emotional, because when you get too emotional, people don't believe you. And just as we did at the beginning of the full-scale invasion, a lot of people did not believe that things are so bad as they are, and that Russians are really doing on the occupied territories and in the civil cities all they were doing. And I was thinking a lot about this lack of vocabulary, of the words to speak of what is going on. And I wanted to write something that would give some simple words that everybody can read and relate. That this is what I feel. That is what is happening to me now. Because when you first are able to put it in some form, it's for a tiny bit easier to deal with that. So that was the moment I wrote this.
Thank you.
Sorry if you expected more positive story.
There's no way to comprehend what you have must been through, and and it's also really you have used your writing has brought you to new places, but it's also it seems like it's also helped you to bring something to words, even though you were lacking the vocabularies to write about what was happening. So you have been writing since, and has that changed since you were?
I'm always asked about the writer's muteness, if that happened to me after the war, because sometimes writers reveal that after some serious thing they can't write anymore. That didn't happen to me. Instead, I'm only able to write and to speak about this experience. And I'm not sure what is worse, but this is a story that needs to be told and needs to be repeated a lot of times so people still pay attention and believe you. I still do write, but whatever I'm trying to talk about love, about childhood, about memories, I end up speaking of what's going on to Ukraine and with Ukraine now.
Katja, can we also show your book? You were so nicely showing the Cappy and the Way book. So
it's yellow.
Zeit der Zäune. Time of Fences. You were also trying to amplify people's stories, share people's stories of all the places also that you just named. Why did you choose for this title?
Yeah, it's a bit difficult. I'm sorry, my book isn't translated yet. Hopefully, one day. I wouldn't know which title it would be chosen, so word by word it would be translated with times of fences, and the subtitle is Locations of Refuge, you know. And it's not a novel, of course, since we're speaking about novels so far. It's a non-fictional book. And so the idea was firstly that I would like to try and write a book about refugee camps, which it is not. Mm-hmm. It's important for me to say that it's a book about the interim. And I have been in official camps and unofficial camps that you probably know as within the word jungle. One of the most famous one is in Moria or in Calais, which was fully destroyed in 2017 with, I think, the idea that if the construction will be destroyed, the people just vanish into space. I don't know, but the people are still there, of course, and they had to go back into the woods, just like in Gourougou in Morocco, for example, or also at the border between Bosnia and Croatia. Croatia is the EU, Bosnia is not yet. So also there are the woods. And for example, I had the honor to meet some unbelievable doctors who made the work. So they work like doctors, like Médecins Sans Frontières. But they do this work illegal. And I asked them, when I was accompanying them once through the night, I asked them, why are you doing this work illegal? And they said, if we ask for a request in Bosnia to make a foundation, a non-governmental organization, then it could happen to us that it will be rejected. So we have now the options between being caught with the work that we do to support people who are sick within the woods and then be thrown out of the country versus requesting a foundation that will be rejected, doing the work anyways, and then to be thrown into prison. Mm. You know, and this is something that we can see. I haven't written about that, but I know all the people who are doing unbelievable humanitarian work in the emergency on the Mediterranean Sea with all their boats, who then are getting criminalized by the work that they do, which is according to the law, you know? So there are laws in all our constitutions that if someone drowns next to you, you are obliged to help this very person. And many countries manage to turn this upside down. I mean, your husband is a lawyer, so many people know what I'm talking about here. So, but the book is, at the end of the day, it is not about EU politics. It's about persons, because I feel like in the news we like to generalize and to stigmatize, and the connotations of criminality or illegality, you know, sticks within refugees. But I try to amplify the stories and to describe characters in a complex way. And this is kind of a bridge in a way to my profession that I studied many years as an actress. So what I do as an actress is to create complex characters. And what I do now as a writer is to write about complex characters, just with the difference that those people are actually alive, you know, and luckily all of the people that try to explain me their world, you know, that's all that I could do, to learn from them, to be with them, and then to try the stories. But let me just add this, and then I'm finished. It's difficult to explain what I try to do here is, it's not just, I didn't travel from one country to the next to see camps and jungles, etc., and to write about misery, you know. I wouldn't do that because this is cynicism. So I always try to, with sometimes a long time of research, to find people in the, you know, among us who are doing all this amazing work as humanitarians or as private persons, to come up with good ideas and to support or just accompany people who are forced to live in the interim for an amount of time that you don't know how long it's going to be. If you put in detention, you know it's going to be 1.5 years or however it is. If you're in the interim in a camp or whatsoever, you don't know how long it's going to last. So, and to give you an example, maybe, sometimes I like it to make it very concrete. I found a film school. You wouldn't expect a film school, a proper film school in the camp of Moria, which was founded by an American and a Polish woman, an American man and a Polish woman. I made a documentary about them. And what is interesting is that the students, of course, you could call this film school a foundation. You could call the students refugees. Why should you? Because the work that they do and the studies that they do are very professional, although it's, of course, an informal education. And you remember in 2020, when we all were banned on a big lockdown, also Moria was laying under a very heavy lockdown, and no journalists were allowed to get in and report a situation. Or when 8th of September 2020, finally that camp burned down. Those students who I happened to meet, to get to know, and with whom I am in contact until today, those students, they had the skills and the material, like cameras and sound equipment, to report from within that very camp. And they were out there in the fire in the night of the 8th of September to report about the burning of Moria. So if you go home and Google on YouTube, Fires of Moria, BBC, Al Jazeera, CNN, SBS, Dateline, whatever, you will find material which is 100% shot by those students, because they were the ones who were there, and their interim home burned again. And this is so you see what I'm trying to tell here. It's the combination, the cooperation, if you will, of people who are coming up with good ideas and then try, to live this life in these times of misery. And that's just one story. I also spoke about, and who's this wonderful lady, Half Levin?
Yes, Saabi.
She's gone already. Because she spoke about transgenerational trauma, and I find that very interesting, because I've been in Kurdistan with a traumatologist who was given a lot of money from a German government to bring out 1,000 women and children who survived a genocide and then survived the IS slavery. And he came up with another good idea, and he invented what's the word? So I think that's also for psychologists on the on the University of Dohuk. He invented a master education for traumatologists, so that the people from Kurdistan, from Iraq, can do this work within the camps with the Yazidi people. So, and the book is full with these kind of stories of amazing people, I find.
Yeah, I think also when you read these people and stories, they really come to life, and it's really.
And I think we talk, we talk so much about migration and the so-called refugee crisis, and I really hate this word. And it's a heated debate, but there is a lack of information, I find. And if you go to a doctor because you're not feeling well, the doctor, as far as I know, should do a diagnosis first before he gives you a treatment. And so what I tried is to give a diagnosis, not about those very many countries where people have to flee, that they were forced to flee, just like Katja, but about the situation where they're coming from. And just as a reminder, you all know this, but I like to say it again. The word of illegal migration, is the connotation of a crime. It is us who make migration illegal. It could be legal.
Katarina, how do you listen to that? Do you also, since you also you were forced to flee from your country, has that changed your view on migration in?
Oh yes, a lot. But from before. Okay, I'll start with something.
Yes.
You asked previously people about their favorite books about traveling.
Yes.
So I would obviously name Moby Dick as my favorite book, which is also about traveling, but that's not the one.
Not about whale.
Yeah, I would tell about the book called it's a fiction book, however based on real stories on people from refugee camps in Calais and in Athens, and it's called The Beekeeper of Aleppo. Which is a story of a couple from Aleppo who lives there, and then everything happens, and they lose their small child, and they're trying to get to UK. For me, it was significant because it's the place where I ended up too. I live in London now. And it's so detailed and so full of realistic descriptions of the scenes that I was really shocked. Not that I was not aware of what's going on with Syria and other places, in Kurdistan, and that there are a lot of refugees. Not that I didn't know about that, because I also have a background in journalism and I worked with that information. But before I actually read this exact book, that happened to be my first fiction about what's going on, apart maybe from the Khaled Hosseini Kite Runners, which also reveals the situation in Afghanistan very deeply and very detailed. So before this Beekeeper of Aleppo, I never took it so personal. Yeah. Even though it's fiction, but it creates such a complex situation and the story, and brings so much to volume on different levels, that you understand better the scale of shit that is happening. And then coming to my own experience, before reading about those refugee camps and situation people find themselves into when they are forced to flee their countries because of different kind of wars, conflicts, or oppression, I thought that the most awful thing is the conditions they are living in. Like refugee camp is not the best place to live in terms of safety, health, hygiene, bathroom, education, whatsoever. So I, partly due to writing and due to a lot of experience, I lived in different countries abroad. I studied in Berlin because of my writing, because I'm a writer, and I started early and became recognized quite early. I was teaching in United States. I spent a lot of time in France, in Italy, in Poland. I traveled a lot, mostly for the professional meetings, for teaching, for participating in literature festivals. I spoke the languages, and I made my way through to the safe place relatively easy, even starting from there was an institution waiting and ready to accept me because of the literature prize and everything. But also the other Ukrainians, they found their way to safety relatively easy comparing to, let's say, people of Afghanistan and Syria. Rare Ukrainians spent a lot of time in refugee camps, and majority of them did not at all. And they were hosted, and they were helped, and they were placed in decent condition, in dignified conditions. You know what did this change for me inside of me about how do I feel as a refugee? Nothing. I poop in the good toilet. My daughter gonna be taken to the doctor. I live in London. Have money to buy clothes, allowed to go where I want to, allowed to work, have a legal status there. Well, this legal status lasts for 2 years, but at least for the moment, I and my daughter and my mother have a legal status in UK. Didn't have much problems in getting that. I feel bloody awful inside of me. My whole world is ruined. Every day somebody I know is dying. My ex, he's not my husband anymore, my ex-husband and the father of my child. He's a military commander. He's at the front line now, fighting in Ukraine. So today I showed up for the meeting before the start of this literature night, and I was a little bit tensed. So I had to explain that I was connecting to him and he wouldn't respond for some hours. Not that that never happened to us before. Sometimes under the open fire, you don't really take off your phone and put in smiles in the response of the photos of the child that was sent to you. However, it's a tension every time. 2 days ago, not 2 days ago, yesterday in the morning, early morning, Russians bombed the biggest printing factory in Ukraine. It was actually the biggest printing factory in the whole Europe. And that's the one where half of books I wrote were printed, and the majority of books I love and that define me as a reader, as a Ukrainian, and the lover of Ukrainian literature and nonfiction were printed. So that's the print house that served maybe 2/3 of Ukrainian publishing houses. They destroyed it. There was no military objects nearby whatsoever. Also, 7 people died and over 20 were severely wounded. And you live with scenes like that every day. And the quality of your toilet, I mean, obviously it's safer, and as a refugee, I'm living in luxurious conditions. Also, I'm happy I can earn money, I can pay my rent, I'm even able to help other people, but still, this is so miserable and so awful. And you said it good, all of us, we made migration illegal, but we also allowed the reasons to this migration to happen. So not only we could have made migration something different, we could also have participated more in what's going on here or there to change those circumstances. And those are the things I think about recently a lot. That if I can't imagine how do those people survive and stay sane and shoot movies and teach their children if I living in such good conditions, under such good conditions, under such a friendly, nice protection, I feel destroyed. And I guess I see a couple of Ukrainian faces around there, and those are people who moved because of the full-scale invasion, mostly mothers of smaller or bigger children. I think almost everybody can confirm this. So how would then people that Katya writes about feel? I can't imagine how we allow this to happen, how we allow these camps to exist, speaking, there are big camps we all know about, but for instance, there is this Belarus-Polish border, not so far from the Wrocław when I found my first shelter. So Belarus is not European Union, Poland is. Yeah. So at some point, the president of Belarus threw away all the refugees, and Poland did not let them in. It happened in 2018. They are still there in the woods, unaccepted by any country, given no help. People from Poland, they fundraise, and doctors and teachers voluntarily on their own responsibility come to there to take care of those people. And nobody speaks about that anymore. It was a big issue back in 2018, 2019. Then they don't write about it, they don't speak, everybody knows the youths are there, and it became the port of, ecosystem. The ski resorts, the dangerous woods with refugees, and the farm for children, and there is the city of Wrocław, and this and that. How is this even possible?
Yeah, can I add just some numbers? Because sometimes I really love...
Yeah, please do.
Sometimes I really love numbers. We all are emotional, and sometimes it's good to look at the facts, to just put things in a specific factual situation. So 70 until 75%, I have to start differently. So when I started to my research in summer 2020, there were 80 million people, according to UNHCR, refugees. When I finished the book, when my book was released this March, it was 103 million. So 70 until 75% of the refugees worldwide are so-called internally displaced people, IDP. That means that they are fleeing within their own country. So I give you an example about the probably, as far as I know, biggest camp in the world right now. That's in West Africa, Burkina Faso, where people are fleeing within their own country from the north of the country, which is bordering to Mali, where Mujahideen cross the border. And 100 kilometers from the capital, Ouagadougou, there UNHCR built a massive camp with 4 million people. All those people are Burkinabe. They are from this very country. Then we have around 20% of refugees fleeing. So these persons will be called refugees because they have stepped out of their home country. They have crossed the border to the neighboring country. For example, Syria, people are leaving to Jordan or Lebanon. I've been in both countries, not in Syria. 20% of people go there to seek for refuge. And then we have around 5 or maybe 8% of the international refugee community who try to make their way to America, Australia, or Europe. And those people create a heated debate which brings European countries into the right-wing extremism of the policy parties. And this is, for me, I'm just saying this because you said we could have not reacted, we could have acted differently. And this is, for me, not to understand. So I'm coming from Germany with a very black history, you all know this. And in all the families in this country, including my own family, the history or the stories of refuge or leaving their homes is written in our family album, if you will, and there's a German word which is called Flüchtlingsstrom. I try to translate it. It's like a stream of refugees. And Nigel Farage made a big campaign with totally wrong numbers, to succeed with the Brexit. This word comes from German people who had to flee from 45 to 50, 1945 to 50, after the war, from the eastern countries to the western countries. So they were German refugees, they were not Syrian refugees. And this is 18 million people, that's a different number. So I lost sorry, I don't know if it made any sense what I said.
Yes.
What I actually was pointing on is I'm sorry, I have to add one more thing. So what's important to say is that nowadays, with all these economic, the economic figuratives, we need people coming to Europe, to work here. And it's a question of education, of treatment, how people who are coming from Afghanistan, like all my Afghan friends, or all the West African people that I know who stayed with me in my apartment, what they do want to do is to work, to pay taxes, to support their families. This is what we all want to do, and it's not a stream.
To live life, to be safe, to have some life and confidence in the soon coming days. Yeah, that's absolutely so. Thank you very much.
Sorry for my long talking. Sorry, excuse me.
Katja, we are killjoys.
It breaks my heart because this is such an interesting conversation, and I love listening to you.
I can tell you a good story. Do you want to hear a positive story? You want to hear a positive story? I can make it short.
Yeah,
okay, and then we're going to listen to one more poem from you and one more short story.
Again. Yes. Let me do the positive thing first.
Yes.
It's a story from Calais. So my friends from the London Good Chance Theatre, I have to introduce you to them because we realize we are neighbors in London. So they built a theatre in the jungle of Calais before it was destroyed, and then they have written a play which was of course called The Jungle, and they were very successful with performing this play. And some of the people in Calais really made their way to England, which is really difficult, because it's banned, the trucks are banned. If there's a refugee under the truck, they have to pay a fee of £20,000, etc., etc. So there was one guy who also happened to be in that theater in Calais. He made it to the UK. He was from Iran. He was born Afghan person. Different story. And he had studied animation. And the Good Chance Theatre of London introduced this guy to Elton John, because Elton John was looking for someone who would do an animation for his new song, Rocket Man. So you can go again, you know, when you look for BBC, etc., for the fires of Maury, you can also look for Rocket Man, the official music video of Rocket Man, which was animated by this guy from Calais jungle. I think, and he's telling his own story, you know, flying over the borders.
I probably have to apologize for us, because there is a term Ukrainian uses it a lot. It's called killjoy. So that's a person who comes and ruins the party, speaking of sad and disturbing scenes. So my friend uses, she's a scholar, Ukrainian scholar, and she worked in London. Now she went back to Ukraine to work actually in a very important cultural institution. But she has this blog, very popular, called Killjoy, Ukrainian Killjoy Dispatch. So I'm used to be the killjoy on the meetings. That's like fine. That. Like people are speaking about traveling on the boats, their experience of generations. Like Italo Calvino, when I was 20-something, I read this book, Invisible Cities. I was so fascinated. And now when you were speaking about that, I thought, we should write a parody on it, like Invisible Cities by the eyes of the refugee, somebody who comes from totally different world and understand shit where he got and what's going on around. So yeah, and now we are speaking of what we are speaking to, but that's the other side of reality. Sorry, guys, it's the other side of traveling.
But you actually just did a great bridge for this poem when you said flying over borders.
Yes. А ти візьми мене, пташе, і понеси. Туди, де світлі погляди наші, голоси ще не обпалені вогнищами безкінечних втрат. Візьми і понеси мене, пташе, кудись назад, де тонкі метелики вкрила в дзвінкій траві, де всі, кого ми любили, іще живі. А ти візьми мене, сірий вовче, і повези туди, де ще не сплелися ночі в чорні гудзи, де лісний ліс навесні з бездонних свіжих могил, де не кружляв над містами попіл, як срібний пил. Візьми, вези мене, теплий вовче, туди кудись, де ще ці речі, котрих я не хочу, не почались. Візьми мене, ріко, воде, візьми, понеси потік. Порятуй мене від часу, від котрого ще ніхто не втік. Візьми мене, добрий вітре, могутній брат, неси мене, вітре. Назад. Але загубився слід вовчий серед торішніх трав. І вітер ущух над могилами крила склав, і тіні пташині не кружляють понад хрести, і темні ріки ніколи не будуть назад плести. А ти ж візьми, справедливий Боже, і поверни світ без війни. І мені, і кожному світ без війни. Thank you.
Beautiful.
A warm round of applause for Katarina and Katarina Babkina.
Okay.
Actually, there's 10 minutes. There's a 10 minutes break now. Yes, no round for. Yeah, 10 minutes break. Sorry. Thank you so much.
And for people,
I'll introduce you, and then there will be questions in the audience.
Maybe I'm
You're the first to read.
little
Yes.
one pause, a little longer, and then not pause. And people know are dependent of telephones, and they have not.
Yes, guys, I know it's a long evening, and I don't want to say the best is yet to come, but a very good part is still to come. So if everyone could sit down, that'd be great. Wonderful. Okay. It's on.
It's
Yes.
on? Okay, it's on. Wonderful. So before we start with our next talk, I have another question for the audience, namely, since I'm still looking for good book recommendations, what is the best book that you have read on while traveling? So not about, but while traveling. Maybe it's also the same. Any? Yes.
If you want a good book recommendation, I would go for Zenobia by Jeluna Wum. It has been translated in both English and Dutch, so it's very accessible. And it's just a masterpiece. It's a very beautiful, surrealist love story without very much of a plot, but every single page is just magical to read, and the characters are just fascinating. So.
And where were you heading towards when you were reading that?
Oh, I took this book to many locations, but the last time it was in Prague this winter.
You say the title again?
It's Zenobia.
Okay. Do we have another one? I see a hand. So maybe first say where you read it, or where you were heading towards, and then.
Last summer I got the train from Brussels down to Sicily, and then was lying on a Sicilian beach and getting the train while reading Asata by Assata Shakur, a black civil rights activist who was part of the Black Panthers, and it's basically a story about her experience in prison and her experience being persecuted by the American state. And I read it for political information and loved it because it's such a beautifully written and powerful story.
One of
Asata by Assata Shakur.
Asata. Okay. Do we have another one? No. Okay. Veronica, do you have another one for us?
Oh.
Maybe. What were you reading on your last trip?
I do have one about travel, I think, but that's more the previous question. But I think the best book about travel that I read was Slauerhof, Het Verboden Rijk, which was it's also about time travel, and it's about a Portuguese explorer going to China. I love that one.
Well, and why not reading a book about traveling while you're traveling?
Yes, I might reread it. Yes. So in the last conversation of tonight, we will be talking about language and travel and writing. And I'm joined here by three wonderful authors. Viola, would you like to introduce them?
Yes. Liliana Koropka was born in the Republic of Moldova and is a writer and researcher of communist censorship and Romanian exile in Romania. She's a graduate of the Faculty of Letters of the State University of Moldova, doctor in philology at the University of Bucharest. She currently lives and works in Bucharest too. And among the 9 novels she wrote, 9 novels, the most translated and awarded is Kinderland, Kinderland. The story of the 3 children from a post-Soviet village whose parents work abroad. A round of applause. Mira Fitucu was born in Romania, where she studied Romanian and French literature. In 2005, Feticu, sorry. In 2000,
no, it's Feticu.
Feticu. Oh, you reminded me, and I'm sorry.
It's okay. You
Mira
are not
Feticu.
the only one.
I will do it again. Mira Fiticu was born in Romania, where she studied Romanian and French literature. In 2005, she moved to the Netherlands for love, and subsequently, she also fell in love with the Dutch language. She wrote multiple novels in Dutch. In 2021, she wrote Liefdesverklaring aan de Nederlandse taal, in which she declared her love for the Dutch language. A round of applause. Lorana Vella is a Brussels-based Maltese writer, translator and performer. Her most recent book is the novel Mata Mata, which won the 2023 National Book Prize. An extract from Mata Mata, translated into English by Kat Storatze, has been selected for publication in the Wide Review translation issue in April 2024. Vella is co-founder and co-editor of the online Maltese literary journal Afroconfuso.
Thank you. Yes. So language, one of the main features of traveling, international travel mostly, is getting somewhere where you do not know the language. And we are here among people who love language. I think it's safe to say that. But we're also in a very esteemed presence of people who think about language a lot and write about language a lot and teach and research language. So that's what we will be talking about. And Viola already introduced you quite nicely, but I do want to make a quick round to just get a little bit more information about the books that we will be talking about. And like we heard, you've published many books, but we have asked you again to pick one. So Liliana, Kinderland.
Good evening, thank you for the invitation. My small novel is about 3 children lived in Moldova without parents. This is not an exceptional situation in Moldova. We have, after some statistics, 100,000 children without parents. And I'm born in such a small village, and I knew the situation because one day I met such a very strange little boy, and my parents are both teachers, and they told me a lot of such a stories about the everyday life of children without parents in post-Soviet Moldova. Actually, the novel was published in Romania, in Bucharest, and in Romania they are the situation, and the number of children is also very huge.
Thank you. We will talk about that more. Lorana, which book did you bring?
So I'm going to talk about Rocket. If we look at this novel from far away, we see that it is taking place in the future, in 2064, where things have changed, where Europe is no longer united, there's no EU anymore, and Malta is no longer an independent country. And 2064 would mark 100 years from the year of our independence. But if we were to look closer at the main character, Petrel is this character who his grandmother is Maltese, but she left Malta years before, and he is, up till the age of 21, he has lived and traveled around the whole world, but has never been to Malta. And when his grandmother dies, he decides to go to Malta and to find his roots. It's about traveling to find to find his home, and he ends up spending a very long time there. He goes for 1 week or a few weeks, and 25 years later, he's still there.
Thank you, Loranne. And Mira, I will ask you to read something about liefdesverklaring aan de Nederlandse taal, and I will ironically ask you to do that in English. But first, briefly, what is the book about?
The book is my declaration of love. Yeah. About my process of learning Dutch, actually, how I learned Dutch. And it's in September, the 10th edition, actually. And I'm very glad, actually. It's a book with a lot of success and Dutch public. Yeah. I want to say something that we are less people in the audience. Yeah. And if we are Europe tonight, it's a very white Europe, if I may say. Yeah. Because I think on the street, if you go out, you see another Europe, then...
Oh, very white. Sorry, I didn't get... Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It was not a joke, indeed. During the communist era, political prisoners were not allowed to talk to themselves in their isolation cells, or to the guard who looked in through the hatch every minute, 24 hours a day. They sang in their hats. Others wrote poems in their hats or on bars of soap. Language as consolation, as a means of salvation, as something to hold on to, as guardian of your identity. When I came to the Netherlands, I was unaware how much communism and its ideology had violated the Romanian language. Can you still depend on your native language? When everything is taken from you, you think you will always still have language. Not so. The language belonged to the party. The party decided what you could and could not say, how much freedom you had to form a sentence of your own sentence, your own words. Can anyone from the West imagine such a thing? Language was alienated, absurd. Words were stuck in your mouth as if in an incubator, and they didn't get out alive. It wasn't just people who were abused in my native country. The language was abused too, censored. We were barred from uttering many words: church, priester, night, cold, winter, God. Linguistic taboos abounded. For the words you spoke, you could rot in a cell. A word could be the difference between freedom, insofar as one can speak of freedom under communism, and incarceration. A joke could land you in jail. We developed a kind of sign language that could only be transmitted through facial expressions. Looking up quickly meant, watch out, someone could hear us. Turning your mouth was, stop, don't say anything. Wrinkling your nose could mean somebody nearby was eating shit, which implied something like someone on the TV or beside you is paying tribute to Ceausescu. And everyday sentence such as the sun is shining outside could raise a chair in a room full of students because it might mean we want electricity and warmth in our homes. Words took on a double meaning. Just as a sex addict sees sex in everything, Romanians saw a deeper meaning in every word. Words lost their innocence. Is this what made it easy for me to choose Dutch? The Romanian language has transgressed. Herta Müller once said, she survived the dictatorship thanks to the beauty of the language, which I find moving, because the Romanian language was trampled by the jackboots of the Securitate. Even the language could no longer be trusted in those days. Can I, without comparing my emigration to the dictatorship, say the same? I will survive emigration thanks to the beauty of the language, and I would add, and the freedom that language gives. How many times have I wondered what kind of writer I would be at my age now in my native language? What has Dutch given me? I learned how to work hard with language in Dutch, write and rewrite until it's right. Despair comes into it too. Make a fire with a few words. Make fire for yourself. Make fire for the reader. In the Dutch language, I have become aware of my visual style of writing and speaking. In the Dutch language, I have examined my past, what it was like. More than that, would I have had the courage to write about abuse in the Romanian language? I am still afraid to say in Romanian, he took me to his room. But in Dutch, I had the courage to sit in my writing shed behind the house for 3 years, dredging up memories, comparing them with the dozens of books I had read on the subject, and putting into words what I wanted to say. Language has shed light on the facts. Language has shed light on my past. Language has shed light on the dung heap. Talking, writing, talking. Writing about violence, mistreatment, abuse. Talking, telling, confessing, discarding. Words are. Only words have saved me from the misery of life. Thank you. Wow.
Mira, you write, can you still depend on your native language when everything is taken from you? You think you will always have the language. Not so. When did you realize this? Did you have to move from that language?
Actually, maybe I was very naive because I didn't realize that I lost my mother tongue. You know, I think everybody has own history. And for me, in my situation, I'm not talking about everybody here, but in my situation, I think mother tongue is overrated. Because I grew up at a kind of boarding school without parents, and I didn't have roots, actually. Or my first emigration was to, my parents sent me to a boarding school. Maybe that's why I lost my mother tongue so easily. And I didn't realize that I lost my mother tongue until I began writing the book. During writing this book, I realized, yeah, it's a big step, what I did. And, you know, I'm very Dutch now, and I'm also Romanian, but actually I'm between two cultures. I'm there between a colleague asked me, do you have a room tonight in a hotel? And I say, no, I have to go back to The Hague. And why not a room? I think, and I made a joke, I think the Dutch culture, the institute, invited me, but maybe for then I'm not so Dutch, and the Romanian embassy didn't also pay for a room because I'm not Romanian anymore. I'm between the cultures, and I think it's a good place to be for me now. It's okay. Sometimes if I'm writing, I forget. I'm Romanian, I'm Dutch. I don't know what I am. I'm a writer, you know? Yes. Sometimes, not every day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Liliana, you live in Romania, and you are from Moldova. Is there something you recognize about the Romanian language specifically that Mira just said, or how do you look at that?
I hear emotional fragment read from Mira. with a specialist in censorship vision. So it depends of perspective, because I'm born in Moldova, and to us, even in the communist regime, Romanian language was a monument of beauty and liberty. And I didn't feel this trauma and abuse and wood language. Actually, the new post-communist wood language, I don't know if you follow now Romanian or other languages, it's stronger than in communist regime. It depends on the perspective, but we cannot say that we don't have beautiful Romanian literature in communist regime, and writer feel the language as tool, as
of course, but you have
liberty,
beautiful
yes.
and truth. You know, you have books about the truth, and you have books about.
All the books was censored, actually. I studied in the archives, and you can be a bad writer and be censored, and you can be best and very good.
It was not possible to trust the language then, you say. If every book was censored, it wasn't possible to trust the language during the communism.
If you are a very good writer and you have a feeling of language, you cannot be censored. That I will be short saying, but I will come to Moldovan language. Actually, it's actually not Moldovan, but in the communist period, I'm born in Soviet Moldova, and I read and I wrote in a language called Moldovan language. It's identical with Romanian, but it has a Russian alphabet, Kirillitsa actually. And after the fall of the communist regime, Republic of Moldova adopted a Latin alphabet, and now there are not more differences between this. So between Romanian language from Romania and Romanian language from Republic of Moldova, we say Republic of Moldova and not only Moldova, because another big part of Moldova are now in Romania. It's a part of Romania, and that's why to say Moldovan language is ridiculous. Actually, we don't have Moldovan language, but it was an ideological concept for communist authorities.
Yes. Yeah. Lorana, do you recognize something? You're from Malta, that has the Maltese language, but also English. I just at the beginning I said there's no native English speaker, but I guess if you're from Malta, you are. We'll
talk about that.
Yes, this in-between feeling that Mira just described, this between languages as a writer, is that something that you recognize?
No, not exactly, but I was fascinated by everything that Mira was talking about, because I feel that my experience is completely different, in the sense that when Mira said, when you said that you feel that mother tongue is overrated, it's perhaps the exact opposite of what I feel, but obviously the situation is completely different. We have two languages.
I knew that I am unique.
But obviously, but if that is what you feel, it's because that was your situation, that was the reality that you grew up in, and what we experience will determine the language, how we relate to language, obviously. In Malta, we have two official languages, Maltese and English. However, we use them in a different way. So let me talk about my personal experience with these two languages. I actually grew up with three languages. At home, we spoke Maltese. We watched Italian television, so I learned Italian from television. And at school, we spoke English, and we were not allowed to speak Maltese unless it's a Maltese lesson. previously, till a decade before, you could get punished if you spoke Maltese at school. So for me, Maltese is the language that I use to speak to friends, family, the language that I used to speak about, the language that I use about if I want to express feelings. This is the kind of language that I will use. Whereas English is more the language that I use for writing and for reading. And if we're going to be discussing topics even in Malta, something like this, an evening like this, it would happen in English, even if everyone in the audience is Maltese and can understand Maltese. But if, we're not talking about sentiments, we're talking about more intellectual stuff, philosophical stuff, literature, unless it's Maltese literature, obviously. So it's like Maltese is the language of anything that is Maltese. Anything else would be in English. So as soon as I left Malta, I became aware of this. So while I was living in Malta, I left almost 20 years ago. While I was still living there, I never really stopped to think too much about my language and the language I use. In fact, it was probably when I spoke Maltese, I would add English words in the same sentence, and I wouldn't even notice. But when I left Malta, and I left Malta for a reason that is closely linked to language. I left to become to work as a translator with the EU, and for the first time ever, the tool, the language that I was going to use as a tool for writing was going to be Maltese. I did not use Maltese when I was writing in Malta. So it was then that I became aware of this handicap that I had, and I had to work a lot on that handicap to strengthen this aspect of my mother tongue, my language, which is also my identity, and leaving my country to live abroad. One thing I could take with me, which is putting Malta in my suitcase and traveling with it, would be the language itself. It's huge, but it doesn't take much space.
And you've also brought it here tonight. I don't think I've ever heard Maltese. Could you read a little bit from your book?
I forgot to say that actually, when I was preparing to sit for exams to become a translator, I needed to practice writing, and that is when I started really writing stories. So exactly 20 years ago, in 2004, it was the first time that I sat down to write stories in Maltese, and those very first stories ended up being the first books of mine published. Actually, the first 3 books were co-written with another author. But so I use the language as writing in this language as an exercise to get to know better my own language. So I'm going to read a short extract from Rocket, and there should be the projection.
You have the translation behind us.
Fl-isfond tal-istorja nsibu kontinent li ddeċida min jeddu sa ċertu punt li jisfaxxa waħdu. Għax bħala entità sħiħa kien laħaq il-limitu ta' kemm jista' jissapporti jagħmel ta' birruħu li jinsab kuntent b'din l-unità artifiċjali. Tista' taraħ bħala tifrik, iżda għall-bosta dan kien bini mill-ġdid. Għall-ewwel darba fl-istorja tal-Ewropa, il-pajjiżi laħqu ftehim unanimu li kollha kemm huma jippreferu jfendu għal rashom u jerġu jtellu l-ħitan li jisseparawhom. Mhux biġliet u lanqas bħala difiża, iżda bħala simbolu. Wara kollox il-ħitan kienu ilhom jintużaw bħala rappreżentazzjoni ta' separazzjoni, delimitazzjoni ta' differenzi, simbolu ta' mibeda u sensiela ta' nomi oħra negattivi. Darba l-poplu kien pożittiv u l-ħajt ittella bitbissima fuq kull naħa tiegħu. Il-ħaddiema sellmu lil dawk tan-naħa l-oħra huma u jitellaw l-aħħar filati. Imbagħad meta ma setgħux jaraw iktar il-xulxin, straħu u marru d-dar. Darhom reġgħet saret tagħhom u tagħhom biss. U wara li tellu l-ħitan, intafgħu fuq il-pultruni fis-salotti tagħhom u ddeċidew li ma kellhomx għalfejn jiċċaqalqu aktar minnhom.
Thank you so much. Why did you want to read this fragment?
For a practical reason, that it was, the first part is the only extract I have in translation. That was the first reason. But I also wanted, since we were talking about traveling tonight, I thought this novel would be perhaps the best choice, because it's about a future where traveling becomes difficult, actually impossible. There is an imposition against traveling. There are borders once again. So Europe as a continent is no longer open, and it's actually the nations themselves that are deciding that this unification is artificial, this unity is artificial, and it would be more sincere to build up walls again, because we're not really capable of accepting each other's differences, and we don't need to travel, we can stay home. It sounds negative, so it's not an...
What is your opinion about it?
I am not of that opinion, obviously. It's just that I was writing this before, I started writing this in 2012, so Brexit wasn't a reality yet. So, but I felt that, at the time I felt that sometimes we take for granted the things that we manage to achieve, we manage to create this unity, and we think that it can last forever, but if we don't protect it, we can easily lose it again. So I wanted to create a future where the future is much worse than the present. So it's like a future which reflects more the past. And it's like we've lost everything that we have fought for, that we've struggled for. And so for me, it's like, be careful. Be careful that everything, the structures might not be as solid as they seem. So we have to really be careful. And if we have something that is precious, we really have to make sure that we safeguard it. So that this was my reasoning behind the writing of this novel at the time.
Do you feel your work is political?
Of course, and I think history is repetitive, because if I think about my own history, the writer was able to traveling is a post-communist concept. It wasn't possible, to travel in communist. And we forget this, actually, because it was very dangerous. You had to pay with your own life sometimes. And writing was dangerous, traveling was dangerous, everything was dangerous. I remember a short poem of a Romanian poet from the 80s. He wrote a very short poem, but for me, I never forgot the poem. Dear mother, I have a dangerous job. I write poems in the capital. Writing was so dangerous. It was Ion Stratan. You know, he committed suicide after the revolution. Writing was so dangerous, and traveling was, it's for me a very post-communist concept, actually. And talking about language and traveling through the language, I am a big fan of the Albanian Ismail Kadare. And he wrote a book translated in a lot of languages, but I read it in French, Le Crépuscule. And in that book, he wrote about a vision in the 80s, a vision of a future. Every writer from Eastern Europe had to go to the Soviet Union to write in the Russian language. And she had that nightmare because you had to abandon your language, your native language, your mother tongue. And he saw this like a hell from Dante, you know, and he had a special circle of the hell from the writers who abandoned their mother tongue. The sixth circle was from writers like me, you know, who abandoned.
How hot is it there?
Yeah, but and I thought, wow, it's wonderful, it's amazing, because what a hell was for him, it's a paradise for me. You know, I abandoned my mother tongue, and the new language gave me a lot, and I had a wonderful chances to build and rebuild again, and the language is my weapon, and I see it like a big chance. But, you know, Soviet Union is not Holland, then this is a difference. But, yeah, yeah, lucky me now. But for me, I think a lot about Soviet Union and the writer in that time, and Ismail Kadare. It was a nightmare. He wrote about himself. He said, I am a child burned by the realism socialist. You know, I'm a writer in freedom. I write what I want. It's a big chance. It's amazing for me, and I'm so glad to have a new language and to write and to be free. I feel the freedom, but I think maybe every week about the nightmare of the Soviet Union. You know, one language, it was the future, one language, writing in Russian and the Russian language. And yeah, I think about borders and a lot, because I experienced this. I was a child, but I remember this. Traveling was not possible. It was awful, actually. And we have to...
Union, actually, it was possible. In Soviet Union, it was such a huge country that as child, I didn't feel that I cannot travel, because I have an unforgettable travel to Baltic country, to Leningrad, St. Petersburg, to Azov Sea in Krasnodar and Minsk, Ukraine, and a lot of beautiful towns and countries. I can, and it was not expensive, so every child can travel.
Wonderful, but it was one big country. It was a...
Yes, and the official language was
1848.
Russia, and
yeah.
So we are talking about...
Sorry.
You actually wrote a book about the people who stay behind, who are not traveling, but who are staying in place. You did move from your native country. What appealed to you, to the people who left behind? Why did you want to write about them?
As I said, I'm born in such a village without, so in my village actually they are not one family without a migrant who work abroad and who bring money home. And but actually we have in Moldova villages when the only inhabitant is an old man who lives all their life in the village, and he went to die at home. And we have villages where only a dog stay, and this depopulated localities. And as I said, one day I meet a little boy, and he was a result of migrations. He didn't see his parents only 1 month, in the years, and this father come to us in one day, and I with this little boy, and I tried to communicate, and I didn't understand what he was so strange. He looked straight at his father, and didn't say something, didn't communicate it. And then my mother say his father work a lot, and he forget that he actually have a child, and he forget this little child, but strange people, but strange home, and he was very afraid that his beloved father forget about his existence actually. And I never, I'm researcher and I read a lot about migration, but if you read, it is not enough for writing a novel, a fictional stories. But these eyes of these traumatized and unhappy boys, I can't forget, and that was the idea of my novel, and that's why I wrote about this problem. Actually, my field was censorship in communist period and not migration in post-communist era, but sometimes we don't choose, the subject choose us, and it was in this situation, in my case.
Yes. Can you read something from it?
So my novel was published, first edition, 10 years ago, and it begins with only one sentence in original language. Căpușa era lipită de burtă, aproape de buric, sugând sângele copilului. Fetița, înspăimântată mai mult de urletele fratelui decât de punctul acela negru, porni după ajutor. Now I will read English translation from Monica Cure. And it's forthcoming in Dutch. It will be next year translated by Jan Willem Bos. As I said, it was 10 years ago, and that's why Obama appeared as person in my short tragical fragment. Then a girl would come in and play the role, one at a time, of the other teachers. Next was geography. Obama wants to renovate the White House, and he asks his counselors who the best construction workers in the world are. The Moldovans. Sir Obama. Some of the buildings they repaired or even built are the Eiffel Tower, the Dubai Airport, Petronas Towers in Kuala Lumpur, 2 international finance centers in Hong Kong, the Empire State Building in New York, Hagia Sophia in Istanbul, the Sydney Opera House in Australia. Wow, Obama says, very impressed. And where do these Moldovans come from? Here, a kid, one of Obama's counselors, has to show him where Moldova is on the map. A country this little has such great construction workers? No, Sir Obama. Moldova is their office. They are everywhere in the world. The geography teacher gave us homework to draw a map of our village and to write the names of the countries where the villages have gone to on the map. Everyone from the neighborhood or just our parents and relatives. Then during class, we'd each tell her what we knew and she'd write all the countries on the board. From our village, the only place no one's gone is to Africa, yet.
Thank you so much. On that note, I would like to close this panel. I will thank a few people, and then I will ask Lorana to close the evening for us with a performance. So, first of all, I would like to ask to thank my authors here at the table. I would also like to ask, I ask a lot. I've asked a lot tonight. But I would like to thank Hanna Schenkova, Eva Manier, Nadia Ramirez, Amina Bangura, Berit Pittier, and Robin. And I also forgot to ask thank some of the institutes, the Goethe Institute, the Ukrainian Embassy, Dutch Culture, the Moldovan Embassy, and the Maltese Embassy. So thank them very much for bringing all those wonderful authors here. Next year, there will be a 15th yearly European Literature Night. And I'd like to ask one more last applause for Lorana Vella. Can we start from the beginning?
It's from 0.
Is it?
It's from 0.
From 0. Can we do that? Yes.
I'd like you to come with me. We're going for a walk. It will only take us 10 minutes, and you don't need to get up from your seats. We're going for a walk all the way to my hometown, Brzebuja, which is in the southern part of Malta. We'll take a walk there by the sea, where the red mark is. If Malta were a fish, it would be like we're walking around its mouth. But actually, we're going to walk back in time, to a time when I was a young girl and Sundays, those Sundays that were really sunny and bright, meant long walks with my parents along the coast of Brzebuja, either westwards towards Halfar, or eastwards, all the way to Marsaxlokk, another fishing village. I always thought that no matter how far away from home I go, I can always go back. Home, I thought, was just a plane ride away. Many years have passed since I left home. And today, I understand that home is a place that exists mostly in time. The location is still there, but whenever I visit, it doesn't feel like home anymore. My Brzebuja exists only in the past, and time travel is not yet possible. So I have to find other means of travel that would take me back to the hometown of my childhood. When I was growing up, I thought that keeping a diary would make sure that my memories were not lost. I've kept all my diaries, but today, when I read from their pages, I do not always recognize the names of people and places that I see that I find jotted there. I don't always remember the events that I had described in such a passionate way. Memories get lost along the way, and words fail to bring them back. Photos, on the other hand, seem to have a much stronger effect on my memory. My father had a camera, and there were a few times when he would bring it with him on these walks. He liked to take photos of my mother and me, and he'd be in the picture only as a shadow on the ground. These were slides, and we'd organize an evening once a year where we would project them, as I'm doing here now, on the wall of our living room, and we'd recount all the details of that event, which is why I still remember these walks. I still remember the taste, the smell of the sea, the smell of the seaweed, of the stagnant water. I still remember how that skirt felt when I touched it, that skirt. I remember my father designing that skirt and my mother sewing it for me. I remember driving my father crazy as he tried to make me look serious for the picture. I remember how hard I laughed pretending to read the newspaper with my mother. I remember the napkin. I remember folding it, unfolding it, tucking it under my chin. A few years later, I'm slightly taller, my hair is shorter. I'm wearing trousers, again designed by my parents, and we're still here, along the coast of Berzabuja. Today, that gate is no longer there. I have become fascinated by photos taken in this place at different times. There is a page on social media dedicated to Berzabuja, which I'm following with great interest. People post photos taken in Berzabuja in the 80s, the 70s, the 60s, and as early as the beginning of the 20th century. And I look at these photos, thrilled to see the details changing from one to another. I am time traveling. A few weeks ago, I went to Berzabuja with my son. I wanted to show him the place where I grew up. He is 11 years old, and I had never taken him there. I am ashamed to have waited so long. We started from Wittelbuni, where the salt pans are, and we walked all the way to St. George's Garden, which is the same place where my father took that picture of me playing with the Rubik's Cube. I was the same age as my son in that photo, and our friends tell us that we look exactly the same. And this too is a kind of time travel. We come to the end of the walk. We have arrived at where the salt pans are. There they are. They are exactly the same as I remember them. And I realize that some things do not change. Time stops. I remember. And finally I find the words that I've been looking for. And I start writing. And this is what I have written about the salt pans. I actually wrote it in Maltese, but tonight I will read it in English, as translated by Joe Gutt, who is over there, and he is my traveling companion. Salt pans. When I was a child, when I was still living by the sea, Every evening I would go for a walk along the coast without telling anybody. A hurried walk, not a stroll. I would begin downhill towards the bay, then turn right and keep going inwards, skipping the beach and going down to the rocks. I could hear the voices above me, the knocking and clicking of a game of bocce. But my mind was fixed solely on the next step as I stretched my leg to avoid the sharp rock and the holes filled with stagnant water. I stop near the salt pans. I rest my feet on the edge of one of the pans. I look from one angle and then from another to catch a glimpse of the changing colors of the salt crystals in the light of the setting sun, and then on the sea. I used to imagine that the opening to the sea in front of me would be eaten up one bite at a time, and it would be me who'd be left hungry. I walk on top of the low walls carved into the rock around the web of square pans, one next to the other, trying not to fall into any one of them. Once, there was nothing here except the shiny crystals of salt that the sea and the sun offered the land. Seafarers began to stop along the coast to collect the salt, to store in it meat, fish, and skins, so that they would keep for another time. Salting is among the oldest forms of seasoning, and saltiness is one of the 5 tastes that we are able to taste. Salad is nothing but a salted leaf. We salt drinking water until it tastes of the sea, and we call it brine. We marinate meat to make it tender and improve it so that we may chew it with pleasure. If we don't eat salt, we get ill. If we take too much, we die. With salt, we sealed a pact between us. We sprinkled it to prove to God that we trust in Him. We built roads just to carry salt on them. With it, we bought and sold. We bartered and traded. We started a war because of salt. We conquered villages, burned their houses, and covered their cropland with salt so that nothing grows there, and anyone left alive would die of hunger. We went to work, and at the end of the month, they gave us a salary, from the Latin salarium, sal, salt. As Midas realized too late, you can do without gold, but not salt. In the north of the island, far, far away, I knew there was a village named after salt, after the salt pans that are no longer there, and the marsh that to this day is still there. The salt pans, scattered at the edges of the land wrapped around this enormity of sea, remind me of each other. I imagine them siblings, close and distant cousins, and you could set out to visit them on foot. You'd recognize them as soon as you get to theirs. They recognize you at once. They welcome you. I used to return home with my eyes shining, my wings beating, the smell of sea in my hair, the taste of salt on my tongue. I had misplaced these walks. Now I have started walking backwards to find them again. And I would like to conclude the whole evening with this little sentence. Writing is like walking, one step after another, one word after another. And after a long while, you look back and you see that you've ventured quite far already. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that ode to salt and to home, we've come to an end of this evening. I hope to all see you next year.